and that's what she was using to do all these posts and things on social media.
Hannah appears to be using that phone again following her rescue and DiMaggio's death, sending out this picture of her and her cat.
So I'm like, are the articles wrong? Is that what really happened?
Fucking
I can't
weird.
really tell for sure, but I mean, it's an inconsistency, but I don't know how you want to interpret that. According to the police affidavit, on August 4th, this is the day the house was burned, the police say that her phone was turned off at 4 p.m. Jim's phone was also turned off at 4 p.m. But before that happened, when Jim went to pick her up from the cheerleading practice, they had 13 phone calls between them. So people are like, what were the 13 phone calls about? And the affidavit said phone calls, but Hannah said they weren't phone calls, they were text messages.
The phone calls weren't phone calls, they were text, because he was picking me up from cheer camp and he didn't know the address or where I was, so I had to tell him the address and tell him that I was going to be in the gym and not in front of...
She's lying, and I can hear it in her voice. She's overcomplicated this because it's a lie. They were sleeping together. Which is just sordid, like weird. But we know incest happens all the fucking time. It's weird. But we know it happens. To me, it's a form of rape. I view incest as a form of rape, even if it's both consensual. Like, you know, especially her, like she was a child. That is child rape. It's weird, but we know this shit happens. We know this shit happens. It's stupid. It's weird. You know, it gets out in the media all the time. It's gross. Tier 4 infestation at night. I don't know if I have the ammo for this, but I'm going to try. Johnnytown. Can I clear Johnnytown by myself? I don't know. We're going to try. That door is hardcore. Oh. Is Johnnytown where... Oh, no. Oh, I guess not. There's like a secret toilet back here. No, I guess it was just the shower curtain. Yeah, I always wondered why we don't use garages more. Like, we shouldn't have a problem with homeless, because there's so many garages. Just install a toilet, like a camper toilet in a garage, and you have a house, you know? Run a garden hose in there, and you have water. You know, make a shower kind of thing. There should not be homeless people on the streets.
In the school, just so he knew where to come get me.
So then people were like, wait a minute. The affidavit says it was phone calls. And she said it was text messages. Like, which one is it? Phone calls or text messages? And so the media, they went to...
She's not proud that he seduced her, you know? But it is statutory rape, and she can keep those things private if she wants to. She's not proud of that. But he did. He probably seduced her. And it's probably there in the text messages, and she can keep those private. The public will never know about that. But I mean, in the court case, as the judge, as the lawyers, all that stuff, right? I don't know. The proceedings were probably closed because there was a minor. So we don't know what happened in the courtroom, but like, she was a victim. Even if she asked for it, she is a victim. She can't give consent. She's too young.
To ask the sheriff's office, I mean, like, what's with the inconsistencies? And they said, quote, we cannot immediately explain the discrepancy. That's what they told the Associated Press. Then there was the whole thing with her knee injury, how it was on one leg and then the brace was on the other leg, and people were like, which leg was it?
There are other contradictions. These pictures of Hannah with a knee brace on different legs on the same day.
What? A leg brace for what? Was she harmed ever? That's a rather revealing shirt for a 16-year-old. That in and of itself. Oh no, never mind. She's like in soccer. She's playing soccer, I guess.
These pictures of Hannah with a knee brace on different legs on the same day.
On the same day?
Explanation she gave was that she hurt one in Idaho. The other was an old sports injury.
I believe that she was faking her injury.
People were starting to say that Hannah was, I don't know, involved,
lying,
or knew it was gonna happen, or it just somehow is not telling the truth 100%. But like, how far does it go?
That's where I am too.
Swirling, especially because they felt like her grieving was non-existent.
Hannah Anderson arrived at the memorial service for her mother and brother seemingly in an upbeat mood.
In the funeral, she seemed to be laughing. People were like, she had a Frappuccino. I'm like, the Frappuccino? Okay, whatever. She had a Frappuccino. What, she's supposed to not eat and drink? She had a Frappuccino. The weird thing...
No, this isn't funeral behavior.
You know, what, she's supposed to not eat and drink? She had a Frappuccino. The weird thing was how much she was laughing and smiling. There's even one little clip where, like, her friend seems more upset than she is. But then again...
Yeah, her friend is like, why am I infected? No. Damn it. What? Oh. I suppose now I should turn up the sound a little bit so I can hear it. 15 maybe. I'll get uninfected at the end, but not right now. Oh, phone's ringing. Hello? Okay, I'm sorry, long phone call. I have committed now to watering the garden at 4:30 every day for for like half an hour, 45 minutes or something like that. So I will begin taking a scheduled break every single day from probably like 2 o'clock until, well, at least until the summer. For the rest of the summer, I'll have a schedule of like taking a break on my stream from 2 till 4:30. I think about that. Yeah. Well, no, I'm sorry, from 2:30 till 5 at the latest. But yeah, from 2:30 till 5, I'm booking time to help my parents with their garden and water my plants and their plants. Uh oh, I logged. This screen lags like the CPU pretty badly for some reason because it's like rendering the game, but not totally. Okay, we're in Bastock and I shouldn't lag like that, but oh well. There we go. It's like loading, is why. Oh, I'm in? Okay.
Everyone processes trauma.
So the second half of the video, I don't think I need to see. I just was like unfamiliar with the details of the case. I was just sort of like half listening the first time we did this video, and I'm gonna try not to do that in the future. Wow.
They listen to like Beethoven and hello guys and gals, me Mudahar, and today I've got a bit of a sad little gaming video to talk about. Now, one of my favorite channels on the internet, Accursed Farms, Ross, the fellow behind something known as Stop Killing Games, an initiative that's simple. Stop killing video games. You know, you and I love playing video games. You know, we probably play video games released literally today. Okay, there's a game called Death Stranding 2 I'm pretty excited for. It's coming out in a couple days. You know, boom, excited. But I also play a lot of old stuff. I was
Death
playing
Stranding 2
Silent
is
Hill
coming?
3
Wow.
in a couple of videos ago, okay? Like on a PS2 emulator. I play old stuff, new stuff all the time. I think video games is a lot like art. You know when people go out and they listen to like Beethoven and shit like that, music from like back in the day? You know, it's stuff that's preserved. It's stuff that's not killed. It's there for everyone to listen to. You probably watch a lot of old movies in black and white, and thank God you can, because things are preserved. And when it comes to video games, well, the battle isn't exactly as easy. Now, Ross created a campaign known as Stop Killing Games, and unfortunately, today, it may be the end of Stop Killing Games. And unfortunately, it's not a good ending. It may actually be a bad ending. So to give you an idea, to go to the website, Stop Killing Games is a consumer movement started to challenge the legality of publishers destroying video games that they've sold to customers. So, look, I'm just gonna like cut through the misinformation and like cloud of nonsense pretty easily. I'm gonna give you guys a pretty simple example. This is a game called Need for Speed 2015. Now you might be like, whoa, this seems fun. I'm driving cars and everything. This is a game that you're forced to connect online with. Okay,
Not
it was
anymore.
a problem when it came out, and it still actually is a problem now. Now the game's actually good. But see, the problem is, because it requires a connection to the internet, when that, server goes offline, this game is effectively killed. It's dead. Now, you might remember, obviously, with Stop Killing Games, when we first talked about it, Ubisoft had a game called The Crew, which went offline. They took away people's actual video game purchase, and it just kind of went up and poof into the air. This is what's going to happen with Need for Speed if things don't get addressed. Now, again, to give you an idea, imagine if you go to a store, right, and you have a copy of Need for Speed. You go up, you go to the cashier, you're like, hey man, can I have Need for Speed? And they're like, well, sure thing, it'll be $59.99. And you're like, okay. And you go home, you install your game, and it's like all good. You don't know any better. But imagine if the cashier, did this instead. Hey man, can I buy Need for Speed? Sure, it'll be $59.99. Of course, let me give you the money. Hold on there, pal. Do you know that if this game's online servers go out, you'll lose access to it? And you're the consumer, you're like, whoa, wait, that doesn't seem logical. Wait, you're telling me that this game that I'm buying right now, I mean, you could even flip it with something
In
like
10 years, I won't be able to play
this
it.
game that I bought? I won't really own it? No, of course you won't. You mean I don't own this game like a lot of other games that I own that I buy physically or I just buy access to? No, you're actually renting the game. I feel like if instead of the words purchase at a store, we had the words rental, that would probably change a lot of minds going forward, right? Now, obviously, according to Stop Killing Games, an increasing number of video games are sold effectively as goods, with no stated expiration date, but designed to be completely unplayable as soon as support from the publisher ends. So again, when you go to the store and you buy a copy of these games, they don't really tell you on the box, this is the day your access will die. If games did that, bro, let me tell you, they would not fucking sell. And second of all, it would be at least a clear, indicator to the person buying that, yeah, might as well spend my $60 somewhere else. I'm not a total dribbling idiot. Come on now. And that's basically the idea that this wants to do. Now, I've talked about this, and unfortunately, you're looking at 455,000 signatures. Now, the really scary part about this is Stop Killing Games has went through pretty much every single bit of uphill battling you could imagine. And the thing is, there are only two real dates, according to Ross, that really matter. For instance, July 14th and July 31st is when we have to get the final signatures for the UK government petition and the European Citizens Initiative. Now, this is the problem for me, particularly, because I'm a Canadian, okay? Most of my audience are fucking Americans. There's a lot of people that watch me that are from the EU, but I don't think I can drum up enough signatures to get the 100,000. We're at 16,500 right now. Now, unfortunately, if you go to the actual signature, if I go over here, only British citizens and UK citizens can sign this, right? So I'm neither one of them, so I can't really do this. And the ECI, well, similar things here. For instance, if you pick your country of nationality, at least from a Canuck, I can't find Canada anywhere here. Trust me, if I was a European man, I would pick a European applicable country and just fucking go for it. But unfortunately, you can't. Now, in this situation, you need at least over 550,000 signatures, or just 500 plus thousand signatures to get, okay? It's fucked how, like, hard and uphill this entire battle has gone. But obviously, you know, it's still a battle that I and Ross and I think hundreds of thousands of gamers clearly fucking believe in. Now, the reason why this initiative is so important is if you can make change happen in Europe, well, you can probably make change happen all over the world. It's one of the biggest markets out there. And if you can make change happen there, then developers who are thinking about sunsetting their games have to think about one of the biggest markets, and usually that'll just carry over across the entire world in theory. You know, if they're going to do something different for Europe, you probably would imagine they'd have to do something similar for America and Canada, right? Unless they're really adamant on killing games, and this is just a way to force them to not remove products that we end up buying. Now, one of the things that, you know, has really kind of rubbed me weird about this is one online content creator known as Pirate Software. Now, Pirate Software is a pretty popular creator. You know, he's somebody that is known as an independent video game developer. He's a pretty popular personality. And according to Ross, and I wasn't really knowledgeable about how much of an impact Pirate Software has had, but one of his videos regarding Stop Killing Games was actually filled with a lot of misinformation, according to Ross, and honestly, according to even Louis Rossman. And honestly, me at this point, the more I watch any content related to this, critical of this video by Pirate Software, because realistically, it really seems like he might have been somebody that has taken the wind out of the sails.
Ford's coverage has been bigger than literally anyone else on those lists, except Asmongold. And the only video Asmongold had on this bigger than Thor's was about Thor's video. So for all practical purposes, Thor here has been the #1 voice on the campaign, and he's been lying about what it is. And if I did a response video, which is not something I wanted to do anyway, then it might look like drama farming, which could understandably turn off a lot of people from the campaign, because it's not about that at all.
And it shouldn't be about any form of like petty online beef or disagreement. Realistically, Stop Killing Games is just a really good initiative, okay? It's an initiative that at least gets developers, or not developers, but
if I lived in the UK, I would sign it.
The games that they make going forward, right? The thing about Stop Killing Games is it's not a way for them to go into the past and start forcing stuff onto developers. It's about setting a path forward so that developers who are, you know, or publishers that are, you know, creating brand new games have this in mind as they have to, like, create games. They have to have a logical sunset plan, so when things come down the road, you know, severing a video game and giving people the software they bought is not something that's impossible. Now, one of the things that I personally kind of, like, looked at when Thor released his videos back then was the idea of vague loss, right? But honestly, watching a further piece by Louis Rossman, I realized why vagueness in this situation is actually not a bad thing. For instance, if we go to the ECI's page, one of the objectives you'll see over here is that the initiative does not seek to acquire ownership of said games, associated intellectual rights, or monetization rights. So in no way are we trying to, like, you know, get through the copyright wagon and trying to make games or any of this proprietary software that is developed in any way public information, right? Or just letting, you know, or forcing companies, rather, to give up their intellectual properties or their proprietary systems, rather. Neither does it expect the publisher to provide resources for the said video game once they discontinue it, while leaving it in a reasonable, functional, playable state. So reasonably is the strong word. And when you look at it from the actual perspective of common sense, yeah, the idea is a reasonable, functional state. Like, imagine if, you know, all of a sudden Halo Infinite was supposed to be, like, at its end of life, right? Halo Infinite is a live service game to an extent.
Oops.
Now imagine at the end of its life, you know, who's the company behind it? 343 Interactive or Microsoft. If at the end of its life they were like, all right, we're not going to service the multiplayer, we're not going to do whatever, but we'll cut the tether to the actual internet services and allow you to, like, maybe play a LAN match, do something split screen, play the single player, do some Forge stuff. We're not going to give you access to, obviously, matchmaking servers because they're not there anymore. We're also not going to give you, you know, leaderboards or things like that that require, you know, a server to be active, right? So that's a reasonable experience. Similar to, like, The Crew, right? Like, imagine if Ubisoft was like, all right, we're removing The Crew from sale, we'll give you access to this game's single-player component, which that's the majority of it. You just can't do anything with the online leaderboards or online matchmaking because reasonably that doesn't exist. And
'Cause who
reasonably
cares?
is
Yeah.
a strong word here. Now, when it comes to Ross,
I don't know why that
obviously,
shit
it's not
existed in the
supposed to
first
be some
place. I don't
crazy
care about
drama between
leaderboards.
creators or anybody. It's just supposed to be gamers who look at good law, good objectives, and think, yes, I care about video games. I want video games preserved. Let's just try to get these companies to at least respect video games and their preservation going forward. It's something that should be, what is the word, bipartisan? Something that should just not be a divisive effort. We're all gonna die, right? That's a morbid way to put it, but you know, like music, like movies, like software, like other softwares,
all
in general,
gonna
not just
die.
video games. You know, you want to make sure that this stuff lasts hundreds of years in the future, and you want to make sure you lay the groundwork now so that going into the future from 2025, 2026 onwards, we as gamers don't have to worry about future games facing this crisis today.
So for those who don't understand, the Stop Killing Games initiatives is basically, we don't want single player games
No.
to have DRM that the developers can turn off and thus render the single player games inactive anymore. This is what they want to change. They need to be specific that they're talking about single player games that do not need a server to support them.
No.
And as much as they want it to be about specifically games, where it is a single player game that has always online functionality, it would impact every live service game that exists.
So, again, this is a distinction that wasn't even being made. Nobody's talking about just single-player games or multiplayer games or anything of this nature, okay? We're just talking necessarily about every game under the sun, okay? That's realistically everything that's it. And Ross made a pretty good slide in his video where he talked about it too, like just as a good example. For instance, games that are sold as a one-time purchase that don't require a connection. So say you're playing Shenmue 1 and 2, the HD collection. Well, congratulations, you're not even part of the equation. The game is just a one-time purchase. It's a purely single-player experience. No one gives a shit, okay? It's not being destroyed. As long as you have the disc and functional hardware, you're good. Games sold as a one-time purchase with no stated expiration date that require a connection to the publisher or affiliated parties. So yes, in certain cases like this, you're talking about games like I mentioned earlier, Need for Speed, where you buy it once, but you need to connect to EA servers to play it. Well, going forward, developers and publishers should have some plan going forward so that down the road, when the server is stopped, they can at least push a patch to the game to give you reasonable functionality. That's not outlandish. Games that are completely free, again, no impact. If you want to download Jets Rampage, the fucking like PC game from like back in 2003, you can download that and play it just fine. No issues there. Microtransactions for games sold as a one-time purchase with no stated expiration date. The publisher would be required to implement an end-of-life plan when support ends, so the customer's microtransaction would not be permanently disabled. Imagine if you bought a video game, even if it's a single player or if it's a multiplayer game, you bought like a $20 skin. Fuck, there's a $40 skin for like Rainbow Six Siege now that I saw for Valkyrie. Imagine if you spend $40 on something and, you know, down the road, if they ever wanted to remove it, they clearly can, you would lose access to your $40 purchase right there and then, which again is insane for a microtransaction, but that's the world we live in. Games that are sold as a service with a stated expiration date, they would attempt to require publishers to have some sort of end-of-life build when support ends. But they would probably fail as there's no basis in consumer law for this. Only justification would be via art and culture preservation laws, which are very weak. Now, a good example of this would be an MMO, right? Like something like Final Fantasy XIV Online. Now, there's no way for you to play that game without an online subscription or a connection to Square Enix's servers. But let's just go down the road and say, all right, well, fuck it. What about like down the road, if, you know, they're done with their game, can we possibly have a build of it, you know, without connecting to your servers? And maybe Square Enix could provide that. They certainly don't need to. And sometimes you get lucky with popular MMOs like FF14, where like the original version of it, there are private servers that you can access and you can play to have some preserved build of the game that's there. But I'm going to touch upon this a little bit going forward because it has a lot to pertain to how pirate software is kind of like talked about the situation.
So-
Like in Ross's video, one thing that he points out really well, actually, that I think really nips the point here is that when it comes to Blizzard's own terms of service, right, where Blizzard reserves the right to terminate the agreement at any time for any reason or for no reason, with or even without notice to you. So, for instance, if you buy a game from them, they can just remove access right there. And the thing is, the whole point is not to argue about this, it's to make sure that this whole clause doesn't fucking exist. Because you can understand how this is entirely hostile to the actual person, right? Like, imagine buying Diablo 4 and not getting to keep access to the game, not because the servers are gone, it's just because Blizzard can take it away at any given moment. They don't even have to give you your fucking money back from what it seems in the situation. They can just be like, all right, the game's out from your library, we're not even going to bother engaging. You gave us money, we gave you a fuck you, it is what it is. If you can't see the problem in that, then there's no point in you watching the rest of my video. I'm sorry to say, like, you're never going to get it.
You want that to stay in a functional playable state, that means the devs have to release either server binaries or somehow carve off the game to be a single-player experience now.
So this is the most important part from one of Thor's videos for me, where he talks about, like, you know, what the developers have to do. So he said it very quickly, right? Like, you have to release server binaries for games that are online only, right? Or games that are, you know, MMOs, so that when the end of life comes, I guess people have access to playing their games. Now, for me, I've known how the back end of, like, some of these MMOs work. And for instance, like back in the day, I'm not saying that I ever did this for World of Warcraft because I would be against TOS.
Private
but there were
servers.
private servers where you could just download binaries and you could run private servers on your local device. And, you know, those were binaries that
I should do that.
I'm not going to deny. I haven't looked at them for a
I
while.
should make my own
but
WoW.
I wouldn't be surprised if there was some copyrighted code somewhere in there, okay? But, you know, obviously, if you had things like a server binary, like the copyrighted code, you could probably run this stuff, you know, relatively well. Now, one thing that I will agree with Thor on over here is sometimes it may not
No, you put me back.
microtransaction would not be permanently disabled. Imagine if you bought a video game, even if it's a single player or if it's a multiplayer game, you bought like a $20 skin. Fuck, there's a $40 skin for like Rainbow Six Siege now that I saw for Valkyrie. Imagine if you spend $40 on something and, you know, down the road, if they ever wanted to remove it, they clearly can, you would lose access to your $40 purchase right there and then, which again is insane for a microtransaction, but that's the world we live in. games that are sold as a service with a stated expiration date. They would tend to require publishers to have some sort of end-of-life build when support ends. But they would probably fail as there's no basis in consumer law for this. Only justification would be via art and culture preservation laws, which are very weak. Now, a good example of this would be an MMO, right? Like something like Final Fantasy XIV Online. Now, there's no way for you to play that game without an online subscription or a connection to Square Enix's servers. But let's just go down the road and say, all right, well, fuck it. What about, like, down the road, if, you know, they're done with their game, can we possibly have a build of it, you know, without connecting to your servers? And maybe Square Enix could provide that. They certainly don't need to.
Yep.
And
like Final Fantasy 11.
Popular MMOs like FF14, where like the original version.
Wait, he's talking about Final Fantasy?
You can access, and you can play to have some
I skipped too far.
build of the game that's there. But I'm going to touch upon this a little bit going forward because it has a lot to pertain to how Pirate Software is kind of like talked about this.
Wait.
Now, Pirate Software is a pretty popular creator.
Here we go. This is where we
He's
were.
somebody that is known as an independent video game developer. He's a pretty popular personality. And according to Ross, and I wasn't really knowledgeable about how much of an impact Pirate Software has had, but one of his videos regarding Stop Killing Games was actually filled with a lot of misinformation, according to Ross, and honestly, according to even Louis Rossman. And honestly, me at this point, the more I watch any content related to this, critical of this video by Pirate Software, because realistically, it really seems like he might have been somebody that has taken the wind out of the sails.
Ford's coverage has been bigger than literally anyone else on those lists, except Asmongold. And the only video Asmongold had on this bigger than Thor's was about Thor's video. So for all practical purposes, Thor here has been the #1 voice on the campaign, and he's been lying about what it is. But if I did a response video, which is not something I wanted to do anyway, then it might look like drama farming, which could understandably turn off a lot of people from the campaign, because it's not about that at all.
And it shouldn't be about any form of like petty online beef or disagreement. Realistically, Stop Killing Games is just a really good initiative, okay? It's an initiative that at least gets developers, or not developers, but publishers to think about the games that they make going forward, right? The thing about Stop Killing Games is it's not a way for them to go into the past and start forcing stuff onto developers. It's about setting a path forward so the developers who are, you know, or publishers that are, you know, creating brand new games have this in mind as they have to, like, create games. They have to have a logical sunset plan, so when things come down the road, you know, severing a video game and giving people the software they bought is not something that's impossible. Now, one of the things that I personally kind of like looked at when Thor released his videos back then was the idea of vague laws, right? But honestly, watching a further piece by Louis Rossman, I realized why vagueness in this situation is actually not a bad thing. For instance, if we go to the ECI's page, one of the objectives you'll see over here is that the initiative does not seek to acquire ownership of said games, associated intellectual rights, or monetization rights. So in no way are we trying to, like, you know, get through the copyright wagon and trying to make games or any of this proprietary software that is developed in any way public information, right? Or just letting, you know, or forcing companies, rather, to give up their intellectual properties or their proprietary systems, rather. Neither does it expect the publisher to provide resources for the said video game once they discontinue it, while leaving it in a reasonable, functional, playable state. So reasonably is the strong word. And when you look at it from the actual perspective of common sense, yeah, the idea is a reasonable, functional state. Like, imagine if, you know, all of a sudden Halo Infinite was supposed to be like at its end of life, right? Halo Infinite is a live service game to an extent. Now imagine at the end of its life, you know, who's the company behind it? 343 Interactive or Microsoft. If at the end of its life, they were like, all right, we're not going to service the multiplayer, we're not going to do whatever, but we'll cut the tether to the actual internet services and allow you to, like, maybe play a LAN match, do something split screen, play the single player, do some Forge stuff. We're not going to give you access to, obviously, matchmaking servers because they're not there anymore. We're also not going to give you, you know, leaderboards or things like that that require, you know, a server to be active, right? So that's a reasonable experience. Similar to, like, The Crew, right? Like, imagine if Ubisoft was like, all right, we're removing The Crew from sale, we'll give you access to this game's single-player component, which that's the majority of it. You just can't do anything with the online leaderboards or online matchmaking because reasonably that doesn't exist. And reasonably is a strong word here. Now, when it comes to Ross, obviously this is not supposed to be some crazy drama between creators or anybody. It's just supposed to be gamers who look at good law, good objectives, and think, yes, I care about video games, I want video games preserved, let's just try to get these companies to at least respect video games and their preservation going forward.
You know what, guys? It's criminal and it's shitty, and I don't care about violating their terms of service or whatever. I am going to go to a torrent website right now. I'm not going to download anything. I'm just going to go to a torrent website right now and see if it's possible to get my own copy of World of Warcraft. And I suggest you do this as well. Cool. What's under it? There's something. There's ammo. Oh, God. I think that it would have loot. I'm busted the one that did have loot. Oops. Better start moving. I want to get this quest completion before... Wait, it was up? Where's this thing? It's up. I mean, this place would be fairly safe from zombies in the Horde Night. Oops. Must be up. I don't know. What's in there? I think this is the way. Yes. Oh. Damn it, I got a bite from that one. I was doing pretty well with that, but it takes like 2 or 3 goddamn honeys. I don't know why I used the honey. I knew I was going to get another bite. I mean, I might have to fight Horde Knight here. Because I'm, like, out of time. It came so quick, this day blasted by. So So interesting zombie things are happening here. Like a problem is building. I've got to go get that zombie wherever that is. Oh, I see that I can go up further now. Okay. There's a dog too, I think. Where is this guy? Yo, he's up. He's up. So I'm on the right level. Where did I miss you? Where did I miss you? That's not it? 26 meters that way? Okay. Oh, he was in the other building, I guess. That's fine. We'll just grind the door. Take me, you know, half a minute. It's basically the same thing. This gives good metal, so I'll just backtrack through. I obviously missed something, so starting to run out of time. Got 4 hours, and I've got to find these other zombies. It's weird. Hey, I got it! Yay! Am I going to be able to fit all this? I don't know. Maybe. Where's the drone? Oh, I can go out and just dump, huh? But let's get more of it, at least. Yeah, this is all the good loot. I gotta get this out. Damn it. I've got to go dump to my bike, I guess, and that's going to take time that I don't really have, and lockpicking is taking time that I don't really have. Hurry up, you. Wow, I got all of that somehow, huh? Alright, well, get. I'm actually going to eat that because I don't really want to be hungry on Horde Night at all. I don't really see a point in fighting the infection. I'll just get a bite again. There's probably other loot here, but I mean, I've got to get the good stuff out, and that means going back. I don't know, maybe I should try and stash on the drone again, but I mean, the bike's right here. It's actually, like, fucking really close. It's nice. I like their design. The bike, however, is full. Oh no. It's coming down now. I'm gonna have to fight it. I don't know where to go. I don't know if that's gonna be enough room. But we gotta try. I got it all. Nice. Now let's just briefly swing through. Oh, that's all it was. I just didn't come upstairs. So there's probably some stuff over there. Oh, I don't. Well, I guess I could cross. Yeah. Yep. Nice. I don't have any dukes on me though. Be thorough and consistent here. I got a run done, which is good. Okay, so 7:20. I've got to ride the bike because it's full. That box might be good loot, but I mean, I don't really have the time. I really don't have the time right now. It's 7:30. I have 2.5 hours to get back to... get back north. I'll just find a building and I'll get to the top of it. It's got to be bigger than that, though. I mean, technically I should just do that now, but I'd rather turn in. I don't know, I don't really have the room for all of his loot. I would rather dump this loot if I possibly could. But I don't want to take him to my base either. When does this start? It's like 10, starts at 10, I think, and it's 7:40, so... We're going to be able to dump with just enough time here. And then I'll go probably next door. Next door looks good. Maybe. Possibly. I don't know. Yeah, it's starting to get spicy out here. There's a screamer, which really isn't good. Shut this door. Yeah. And then, get here. Dump it all very quick. Quick. Oh. The fuck was that? What was that sound? 8 o'clock. This isn't good. I better just leave. I don't want these things here. I'm going to green. I'm gonna fuck with that one building that I did. I don't know. They got in there and they killed me there, though. I thought I would go into the ground, but I mean, nah. That thing is not solid enough. I need, like, better than that. I definitely do not want to go to the Toxic Wasteland right now. Not at all. Gonna go to green because it's just nastier in desert. I should have turned in. But I mean, I really don't have the time. I'm gonna turn... The screaming and the noise is gonna get so bad, I'm just gonna turn it down to like 1. So I can like hear... Like 2. Yeah, so I can like hear it, but I don't want the screaming. It's not something I want in my life right now. That's a good enough place, maybe, to survive on the roof for most of it, but they'll probably get to the top, honestly. An office building would be better in a compound that they've got to travel through that's intricate. And I got to pick on the fly here, so beggars can't be choosers. I thought this place might be good enough right here. Like, the tower might be good enough right there. That tower might be good enough. That, I mean, it's not like they can climb it. There'll be a lot of birds and I'll get knocked off. Yeah, like, I spent my time fortifying this and they got in, like, right quick. And, yeah, I realized that that is just not big enough. But let's look at this place. There. Let's go take a look at that. That might be good enough. Oh, I don't know. It looks like they can get to the roof really fucking easy. Oh, I don't know. I don't think they can. They'll have to stack. And I could just build up, too. I could just build up, you know. I suppose I will make my stand there because I don't really have an option. I have to now. These boxes are bad for me because they'll only make it easier for them to reach me. I've got to, like, maybe get up. I guess that this will have to do. But if I could get rid of any of that, it'll make it safer. Ooh, a fire axe. That's good. Oh, God. Why did that blow up on top of me? That's so dumb. Oh, my God. Why did that randomly blow up on top of me? That's so dumb. Go. Nope. Oh, God, they broke it. I might die right here. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, the bird. The bird is like fucking me. God damn it. There. There. So, remove. Okay, bird. Die. What do? I'm gonna box up. Now, what's that about? Like, what? Come on, put the box down, shithead. Come on, developer, why are you fucking me like this? Come on, man. Break this thing. So I have more room to walk. I don't think they can get me. I don't want to dump the ammo or anything at all. So I won't. I will stab fools is what I'll do. I'll stab bleed zombies. See, even this is too much sound. I don't want this. Sounds disgusting. It sounds like a bunch of demons mating. I don't want it. Yeah, I'm infected. Oh, bird. Stupid bird. Oh. Bird? Bird. This is a good way to get, bone? Yeah, bone. Which is a material for glue. So this is a good way to get bones. That's a nasty carrion bird. What the fuck? How are you alive? Die. I have stabbed you so many times. How are you alive? Ugh. You took forever. Hurry up. Ugh. Nasty ass bird. Yeah, they pretty much like knocked down the walls. What can they do? I guess I could get some XP there. Maybe like getting headshots. If I had explosives, maybe. I'll take definite headshots that are like standing on me. Oh no, that's not what I wanted. Oh. Oh, Jesus Christ. Up. Gotta watch that broken floor. Yeah. I'm gonna stand on the corner here, because I don't think the frame goes away. Yep, shit, I could go take a piss, but the bird... Oh no, a bird will knock me off if I stand on the corner. But if I can't visually see them... I don't know. That took 6 shots and I didn't kill her. Which is just dumb. It's not a good use of ammo, really. Not unless it's duo. Like, I'll take a few kills, but I mean, I don't really intend to waste the ammo here. Not at all. I want to break those boxes, so I'm going to use him as an excuse to break the box. Foul Army of the Night. I can always ditch and run across over there. And then they'll have to start... Oh, no, there's a ladder on that one. So I guess I could go break that ladder. Or those. What I'll do is I'll box over there. And I'll give myself an exit. In case they get up here somehow. I don't know if I can do this jump. Yeah, like, I don't know. There, I can do that. Which is maybe enough to reach this. Yep. And now I'm like technically floating. So like, I don't know. But anyways. And in this way... Oh no, I can only go like 6 squares or something, huh? But at least I have, like, a vantage. They're gonna drop me, aren't they? Yeah. But that's okay. This is the best this game has ever ran, because it's like using all kind of lossless stuff here. Oh, they broke the blocks. That's not too good. Well, we're halfway done, which is good. I don't know. Will they topple that thing eventually? I don't know. Plug these holes. Because why not? I can even like make it harder for them. Yeah, fuck you guys. Like, stay out. That's taking metal. I don't care. This is a metal roof. It is a metal roof, yeah. I can fix the damage they did to it. That's cool. I like that, like rust. Yeah, fix all these things that they did to the floor. Yeah. Can't get one under, huh? What about that? That's probably good. This little building was enough. It was good. I'm not wasting more than a honey, which I'm not even gonna do until the end, or an herbal antibiotic, really. But yeah, this was a great spot to stop. It was great. Are they busting those blocks? Yeah, they're like angry at me, but I put the floor out from under him. You can like patch the roof. I upgraded to stone. That's funny. He's got no legs. He's got no legs. Where is that? That's from Kids. Kids was such a fucked up movie. But I love Chloe Sevigny. She's maybe my favorite actress. She was so good in oh, I'm out of ammo too. Shit, I'm out of ammo? Yeah, I'm out of ammo. Well, that's okay. It's Horde Night and I used one stack of ammo. Repair. There goes most of my repair kits. My health is low and I have no wish to die. Suppose I will have an herbal antibiotic. Stupid jumper. Wait, how much ammo do I have? I don't have any. This is the last mag. So, but I do. I just shouldn't shoot. You know. I can knife. I can knife zombies because it's getting towards the end here. I can knife and box and just see if I can kill somebody, but it's not really very wise. And I'll probably just get a new infection. At like 4 a.m. I'll just fly out. But this was a good way to pass the day, whatever. World of Warcraft, WOTLK, plus private server emulator. That's amazing. That's amazing. Why don't I just play my own WoW? How easy is it? Just download and start playing on your own private server. With access to a GM admin account, the sky's your limit of what you can do. Get bored playing by yourself, open your server to friends or people. Want to join another private server? Simply change your realms list. Realm list. Yeah, WoW is a good game. if you keep Blizzard out of it. So yeah, up until Wrath of the Lich King, that's good content. Man. I could do my own hardcore server and not have to worry about people murdering me or training mobs and stuff. Yeah, and it's all mine. And I don't have to farm gold or anything like that. I could just give myself 50,000 gold or whatever and just pray for good drops. I mean, yeah, why not? Yeah, why not? So I'm not going to download this on stream. But I want this right now. No. That's cool. I could just run my own Wrath of the Lich King server. That's a lot of content, you know. That's a lot of content.
Should be, what is the word, bipartisan? Something that should just not be a divisive effort. We're all going to die, right? That's a morbid way to put it. But, you know, like music, like movies, like software, like other softwares in general, not just video games, you know, you want to make sure that this stuff lasts hundreds of years in the future. And you want to make sure you lay the groundwork now so that going into the future from 2025, 2026 onwards, we as gamers don't have to worry about future games facing this crisis today.
So for those who don't understand, the Stop Killing Games initiatives is basically, we don't want single-player games to have DRM that the developers can turn off and thus render the single-player games inactive anymore. This is what they want to change. They need to be specific that they're talking about single-player games that do not need a server to support them. And as much as they want it to be about specifically games where it is a single-player game that has always online functionality, it would impact every live service game that exists.
So, again, this is a distinction that wasn't even being made. Nobody's talking about just single-player games or multiplayer games or anything of this nature, okay? We're just talking necessarily about every game under the sun, okay? That's realistically everything that's it. And Ross made a pretty good slide in his video where he talked about it too, like just as a good example. For instance, games that are sold as a one-time purchase that don't require a connection. So let's say you're playing Shenmue 1 and 2, the HD collection. Well, congratulations, you're not even part of the equation. The game is just a one-time purchase. It's a purely single-player experience. No one gives a shit, okay? It's not being destroyed.
No one cares.
As long as you have the disc and functional hardware, you're good. Games sold as a one-time purchase with no stated expiration date that require a connection to the publisher or affiliated parties. So yes, in certain cases like this, you're talking about games like I mentioned earlier, Need for Speed, where you buy it once, but you need to connect to EA servers to play it. Well, going forward, developers and publishers should have some plan going forward so that down the road, when the server is stopped, they can at least push a patch to the game to give you reasonable functionality. That's not outlandish. Games that are completely free, again, no impact. If you want to download Jets Rampage, the fucking like PC game from
Why are you not letting me block up, goddammit?
You can download that and play it just fine. No issues there. Microtransactions for games sold as a one-time purchase with no stated expiration date. The publisher would be required to implement an end-of-life plan.
I finally died.
So the customer's microtransaction would not be permanently disabled. Imagine if you bought a video game, even if it's a single-player or if it's a multiplayer game, you bought like a $20 skin. Fuck, there's a $40 skin for like Rainbow Six Siege now that I saw for Valkyrie. Imagine if you spend $40 on something and, you know, down the road, if they ever wanted to remove it, they clearly can, you would lose access to your $40 purchase right there and then, which again is insane for a microtransaction, but that's the world we live in. Games that are sold as a service with a stated expiration date, they would tend to require publishers to have some sort of end-of-life build when support ends. But they would probably fail as there's no basis in consumer law for this. Only justification would be via art and culture preservation laws, which are very weak. Now, a good example of this would be an MMO, right? Like something like Final Fantasy XIV Online. Now, there's no way for you to play that game without an online subscription or a connection to Square Enix's servers. But let's just go down the road and say, all right, well, fuck it. What about, like, down the road, if, you know, they're done with their game, can we possibly have a build of it, you know, without connecting to your servers? And maybe Square Enix could provide that. They certainly don't need to. And sometimes you get lucky with popular MMOs like FF14, where, like, the original version of it, there are private servers that you can access, and you can play to have some preserved build of the game that's there. But I'm going to touch upon this a little bit going forward, because it has a lot to pertain to how Pirate Software is kind of, like, talked about the situation. So, like in Ross's video, one thing that he points out really well, actually, that I think really nips the point here, is that when it comes to Blizzard's own terms of service, right, where Blizzard reserves the right to terminate the agreement at any time for any reason or for no reason, with or even without notice to you. So, for instance, if you buy a game from them, they can just remove access right there. And the thing is, the whole point is not to argue about this, it's to make sure that this whole clause doesn't fucking exist. Because you can understand how this is entirely hostile to the actual person, right? Like, imagine buying Diablo 4 and not getting to keep access to the game, not because the servers are gone, it's just because Blizzard can take it away at any given moment. They don't even have to give you your fucking money back from what it seems in the situation. They can just be like, all right, the game's out from your library, we're not even going to bother engaging. You gave us money. We gave you a fuck you. It is what it is. If you can't see the problem in that, then there's no point in you watching the rest of my video. I'm sorry to say, like, you're never going to get it.
You want that to stay in a functional, playable state. That means the devs have to release either server binaries or somehow carve off the game to be a single-player experience now.
So this is the most important part from one of Thor's videos.
That's what they should do. They can make a lot of money.
You know, what the developers have to do. So he said it very quickly, right? Like, you have to release server binaries for games that are online only, right? Or games that are, you know, MMOs, so that when the end of life comes, I guess people have access to playing their games. Now, for me, I've known how the back end of, like, some of these MMOs work. And for instance, like, back in the day, I'm not saying that I ever did this for World of Warcraft, because I would be against TOS, but there were private servers where you could just download binaries and you could run private servers on your local device. And, you know, those were binaries that I'm not going to deny. I haven't looked at them for a while, but I wouldn't be surprised if there was some copyrighted code somewhere in there, okay? But, you know, obviously, if you had things like a server binary, like the copyrighted code, you could probably run this stuff, you know, relatively well. Now, one thing that I will agree with Thor on over here is sometimes it may not be easy for a game to cut itself off. So, for instance, let's say that you're designing an MMO game, right? And I'm going to make this as simple as possible. Whenever you connect to an MMO game like World of Warcraft, you launch a client. Your client communicates with a server. Now, sometimes on that server, there could be other technologies that don't belong to Blizzard, for instance, that they need to, you know, license, they need to interface with in order to run their game. So obviously, it may be a problem down the road when World of Warcraft ends, if it ends, that to release that binary, they have to start calling up some of these companies, or like calling them and being like, hey, by the way, can we distribute some of your code? Can we distribute, like, whatever you've licensed with us? And that company may or may not agree, right? But again, the whole point of this initiative going forward is that the goal is to set the slate going forward, right? Like, you want to make sure that if this passes, down the road, companies will have to go, all right, so when I'm designing my game in the future with these online-only connections or DRM, that when it comes time to sunset the game, I can distribute the server binaries easier. I can distribute a patch easier without me having to carve out really invasive parts of my server stack that I may not be able to, right? And if, again, an initiative like this passes, big companies...
This is what needs to happen to 76.
Software, so that down the road...
And 76 has a lot more to say, too. They've got a lot more to do.
Software
but
over,
76 should exist as a single-player game.
You know, companies love to make a lot of money.
76 is the best Fallout.
And so when it comes to a server stack, you know, 10, 15 years when it needs to be cut, they can easily sever the game from the server solution or release that server solution because it's by design, when they first designed the system, they designed the game, it's not made in a way that is so janky, right? It's already created with the foresight that it has to go offline at some point. So when that day comes, you know, disconnecting the server and patching the game is not a daunting task.
To actively tell people not to. That is awful. That is a horrible goddamn direction. That's awful, dude.
They should
Now,
sell
in my
these
fairness,
games.
The level of stupid that I just had to receive was like sitting on Twitter for 12 hours. This
Yeah.
shit sucks. That's a really stupid-ass move. That's an incredibly stupid-ass move. I think this is ass. This is complete garbage. All of this can eat shit, then. I dropped the mask entirely.
Like, I guess if you care a lot about, like, maybe live service games needing to exist and you're okay with shit being sunsetted, then, yeah, I guess then Thor is just not somebody that gives too much of a shit about maybe game preservation. Or maybe he genuinely has gotten it wrong. I really am trying to find the best
guarantee he
in
does.
somebody in this situation. I actually really didn't know that his coverage of Stop Killing Games was actually so negative to the point that, according, I guess at least to Ross from Accursed Farms, it may actually be a situation where it really did take the wind out of those signatures, right? Like, you know, the signature, you know, pileup that's kind of stuck here and has been stuck here for a while, you know, it's not able to really move the needle forward because, you know, one large creators like viewpoints were just so damaging or misinforming that maybe it really kind of did spook other people from really talking about this. Maybe it did make Ross seem like a more kookier individual. But look, ultimately the end, I've kept you here long enough, okay? The point of this whole video is game preservation. It really is, right? And game preservation is first and foremost, it's above any form of internet drama here. It's above any form of, like, you know, just one sole video game. It's about the future of this industry going forward, right? And it's not just about online video games. It's not just about single player video games. It's just about video games. Now, I know I faced my own trials and tribulations with the Switch 2 stuff, but I have only purchased this one game for Switch, right? Cyberpunk 2077 Ultimate Edition. Now, there's a lot of game key cards for the Switch that I don't obviously endorse or support, and I'm sure there's a lot of you that probably don't do it as well either. But I'm going to give you a good, like, comparison over here, something that I think would be kind of applicable. Imagine, would you have an issue with the game key cards if, let's say, tomorrow, Nintendo announced that, hey, we're going to have an online repository of, like, media that you can just download from. So let's say that you buy a Yakuza 0 game key card. Now, if you have the physical copy of that game, you can download the patch information or the download, like, whatever we would send to your Switch on your actual system. You can just copy that to an SD card, copy that to your Switch, whatever, and then you can put in your game key card. So you don't even need Nintendo servers to download the game key card from. So in the event that Nintendo servers go down, which they can, you can still get access to your physical game and you can download the materials off of a third-party site. Maybe it'll be shared around, maybe it'll be preserved, but there is ways for you to use something that doesn't completely keep it, tethered to a server solution. And I want to ask you that honest question, like, would you have an issue with, like, game key cards then? Would you have an issue with, like, physical media that isn't complete then if the actual publishers provided you a way to download and update information and provide you concise, clear, and easy steps to install it to whatever console or system of your choice? If that was provided, would we as gamers have an issue? I don't think we would. I think in a lot of cases it would be more annoying, but it would also ensure that the stuff that you buy isn't a complete dud out of the actual, out of the store. But yeah, Stop Killing Games, look, I've kept you here long enough. I can yap about this pretty much all day, every day. But the thing is, it's not looking good. You know, it's a bit of an uphill battle, and there's a lot of creators that I think have talked really well about this. I know Josh Strife Hayes has talked well about this. I know that Louis Rossman has talked really well. I know that Ross obviously has led this initiative going forward, and he's put a lot of his blood, sweat, and tears into it. So even if this initiative fails, which it can, you know, I don't want Ross to go away feeling like, I didn't do enough. You did more than enough. You did way more than you had to. But I don't know if it's just gamer apathy. I don't know what it is. But hopefully this video is long.
I don't want to play
Maybe
these
you learned
old
something.
games.
Maybe you got, your center right on this topic. Maybe you figured out, maybe we cut through some of the misinformation. Maybe we told you exactly what this stuff is all about. But the thing is, if this gets signed, this is the last Hail Mary. If these petitions get signed, specifically the ECI and the UK initiative, this might trigger an actual...
I will steal WoW Just so if the grid ever goes down and the internet isn't there, I can just emulate WoW and emulate Final Fantasy 11 and emulate like Diablo 2, or I don't know, probably like or 7 days. I'll get a non-DRM 7 days to die. And yeah, and you know, and just like get these really big games that have endless gameplay to them, and I'll be able to pursue my retro hobby even into the apocalypse, you know, because I can just, you know, wire a solar panel up, and then, you know, like wire a solar panel up, and start like pulling power to you know, charge my computer and my television. And even without the internet, I can do exactly what I'm doing right now. I can, you know, and it'll be hard. I'll have to defend my property all the time, and I'll have to be listening for people. And I probably won't listen to the sound on the game. I'll just have it be quiet, but it'll be, you know, something that I do late at night when there's like nothing going on. I don't know why, but my inventory got all messed up. Oh, it's good for harvesting wood. Yeah, probably better than what I've been doing, yeah. This claw hammer, I don't really need it right now. But oh, I need more water and food. Water, cooked food. Oh, there's guns on the bench for me, apparently. Ooh, it's a auto shotty. Nice. Oh no, those are armor crafting kits. Oops. There's my mini bike, and I want that. Cool, it's a reflex sight. So the mods that I have on this shotgun come off, and I scrapped this shotgun. It was a good shotgun, but this is way, way better. Modified, Thank you for Begon being so kind as to make me this shotgun. Oh, I guess that doesn't fit, huh? Okay. Oops. Books, lockpicks, tool mods, workstation mods, tool mods. I don't know where to put these armor kits at all. So, oh, parts maybe, I don't know. Armor plating. Okay, so that's good, but the... Ranged mods. I need shotgun, but I'm out. Yep, that's okay. I'll just borrow 2 of these. And that's enough, probably. Some kind of text or something. Medical stuff goes in the box. Going to use this treasure map. Yep. Oh, I'm going to need gasoline. I'm going to turn the sound up now that the Horde Night's over. Okay, I'm gonna need gasoline. Ooh, super corn. This is all good, but what happened to my... Did she fall? Yes. Oops. Had to get an infection. Ooh, this thing does damage. Damn it. Did I get an infection? No. Maybe I better get out of here. Am I running X4? I am. I want to save.
Dialogue, a discussion for the stuff going forward. And if it comes into the positive side for gamers, it's a net benefit for the whole industry. Look, it's simple. Stop killing video games. Simple as that. There's a lot of video games that I've grown up with, I've loved, and will continue to love. But going into the future, I know that I'm getting older. I know that at some point I probably won't be able to play games anymore. At some point I'm going to be 6 feet in the fucking ground. And it's going to be a whole new generation of gamers. I mean, shit, to think about it, there's still people alive to this day that have been here since the Magnavox Odyssey days. So gaming is not necessarily such a... Video games itself is not like such an old industry to get into. In fact, it's been around very, very recently. And the thing is, if these laws are set now, it makes sure going forward, in the next 100, 200, 300 years, however long our nations are around or human beings are around for the foreseeable future, at least our games can be preserved. And that's the most important part, right? I grew up playing a lot of games that I still play to this day, and I'm sure some of you guys that are in your 20s, maybe you're like 14, 15, and you're playing a game you really like right now, and down the road you want to experience it again.
7 Days to Die, 76.
Like this is what's going to...
Yeah, I'm playing a game that I really like, that I know I'm going to play a lot, which is Final Fantasy 11. Oh, 11 appears to have glitched out. I don't know. If I minimize this, can I get it? No, you glitched out. Just do this, and that'll stop it. Yeah. Ooh, it's hot now. In a couple of hours, I will go walking. Gotta stay hydrated. Okay. 11. Yep, I want a copy of 11. I want a copy of 7 Days. Let's go take a look at 7 Days to Die. Let's see if I can get this game. I'm sure I can. "7 Days to Die." I mean, this is an antiquated version. Yeah, we want... And look how small this game is, too. There's 2.0 from June 16th. This is the most modern version. And then, yep, and then I have 7 Days Forever, right? I have 7 Days Forever, and I can just, play 7 days. Nice, I got me some nice repair kits. Get me back in. Get me back in. Very good. I should take these dukes and buy whatever meds, because I suppose that's like an opportunity that we lose. Oh, nice. Untouched. Did all this reset? It did. Nice. A lot of loot here. Two lockpicks. I love this game. I wish I'd found this game instead of 76. This game's better than 76 because it doesn't limit you. Well, I mean, they're different monsters. One is a Diablo type fucking 3D, like, you know, survival game, and the other one is a zombie game. Like, you know, and I like both the iterations. I think they're really good. Like all the time, I want to type Fallout 76 into the torrent search. Like, we'll come back here and just see if anybody ever cracks 76, because I will just they know it too. I'll immediately stop playing and I'll just play that. And it never disconnects you, and you can always do custom mode, and you know, you can unlock their achievements or whatever. Is this everything? Ooh, if all this stuff reset, then everything else is reset too. That's cool. That's his rock. Look, there was a fucking metric shit ton of loot in here. Think I got it all? Yep. Okay, we're gonna blow 7K dukes on precious stuff.
Afternoon. What can I help you with today? A gearhead like me gets an
A robotic sledge would be good. I think I probably will buy a robotic sledge. Or like a robotic turret. This other one's way higher value. Robotic turret. 2 more repair kits. Oh, page 1, page 2. Okay, wire tool. Buy this forged iron. SMG auto turret. There's a spotlight. Cool. I want to learn 7 days electrical because they can't take 7 days away from me because it's not live. It's a single player game. Forge ahead, handyland, vehicle adventures, urban combat, tools digest. 600. Yeah, I think so. I think that is worth it. Learn to craft cigars. Those are good things I could get. And then I want to start buying 7.62 ammo as much as possible. 7.62 is cheaper. No, they're the same price. Why are they the same price, AP? They're just different things, I guess. I think I'd rather buy this. 47 rounds. That's not too bad for the money.
Thank you very much.
What's that? I love this game. It's like endlessly playable. If you haven't done it, if it's like new content to you, I'm sure it'll get boring right quick, but ooh, the HDR balance made this look a lot better. Maybe this client has memory leaked. I don't know. Maybe I'll save and close X4 and just run it when I'm sleeping. Storm. Cool. I like the Storm update. It's good. So, yeah, like I type in Fallout 76, I don't get anything. But I did get something for World of Warcraft. What other games can we get, like MMOs, that are good? You know, I wouldn't mind getting a copy of, like, Neverwinter on a private server. Or, like, ESO. Nope. Old stuff, but I mean, not the game itself. No. What about what's one that died? Terra, right? The Terra private server. Terra. Nope. Terra's gone. Terra. Nope. Terra's full gone. What about Arcage? Nope. Wow. I was supposed to get out the old claw hammer. Oops. Oh, oops. Too many tools. I don't have any. Loud.
Sure that your games won't be dead going forward. But that said, if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike if you dislike it. I am out.
Okay, what up, friendos? Welcome back. We're going to talk today about Chrono Odyssey again.
Oops.
So a couple months ago, I got laid off from my dream job, which was writing and hosting videos at a YouTube channel called Wisecrack. Now, getting laid off always sucks, but this one felt like an extra special gut punch because I was also served a cease and desist letter that threatened legal action, and I was denied severance that, to be honest, I very much needed. Now, did this happen because I was just a belligerent and disgruntled employee that wanted to hurt a big patient corporation? Or was I just a human person that really wanted to treat the audience that spent years supporting Wisecrack like they were human persons too? So today I want to try to answer that question, talk about what went down, and let you know how it's all informing what I am now doing here at this channel. Oh, by the way, if you haven't been here before, we don't know each other. My name is Michael Burns. I used to be a philosophy professor, and then I became a YouTube host, and now I'm here on this channel that has the same name that I have. Okay, so there's been a lot of speculation about why Wisecrack was shut down, and the first thing I need to say is technically it wasn't shut down. They just fired everyone who worked there. So hypothetically, any day now they could use that channel to start uploading AI-produced videos about why hustle culture is good, or I don't know, someone with money could buy the channel and turn it into something cool. Who knows?
Damn it, I got an
Anything is
infection.
possible because of the free market. One thing I
Damn it.
can't tell you with 100% certainty is the channel was not shut down because it got too Marxist, we didn't get woke and go broke. In fact, in the months before the layoffs, the channel was doing better than it had been doing in years. Now, the simple and quite boring reason that we all got laid off is that Wisecrack's parent company, Enthusiast Gaming, wasn't making any money. So they decided that cutting the entire content department would be a good business move, because they're businessmen. They're men of business, smart guys, big offices, big desks, broad shoulders, the sort of guys I would die for, the sort of guys I would never disagree with. I would say, in general, if there's one thing you know about me, is I respect business, I respect businessmen, business women, business kids and children, And just in case you guys don't know how business works, what happens is that there's large men and they're in big offices, and then they make really important decisions. And if those decisions don't work out, well, then those men are going to punish the workers who had no role in making those decisions in the first place, and they're going to go back up to the office. They'll probably go get lunch first. They'll probably go get lunch and afternoon cocktails. Then they'll go back to the office, and then they'll make another great decision that might not work out. But if that doesn't work out, don't worry about it, because you can just fire some of the other people, and you just keep doing that until eventually I think the company gets liquidated and you probably get paid on the way out. Now, because we had a 36-hour or so heads up that this was going to happen, we decided to make a last video to post on the Wisecrack channel. In that video, we wanted to thank the audience for their years of support. We wanted to let the whole team say thank you, and then let everyone know where we would be, where we'd be working in the future if they wanted to follow us from there on out. At the time that I'm filming this, that video is still up on the Wisecrack YouTube page, although they did take down all of the links to everyone else's work, and they changed some other stuff on the page too after we were gone. I also updated our Patreon page to let everyone know that we're getting laid off and that we wouldn't be producing new work, and of course wouldn't be making the stuff that the patrons were paying for. And also, I might have done a few tweets letting our audience know what was going to happen. Now, to be clear, I am only speaking for myself here. It's just me. There's no one else. It's just Michael, your bud, talking to you. But everything that I did, I truly did out of a sense of community and friendship. Over the years, that audience meant so much to me. I formed both digital and in-person friendships with folks from that community. And because they'd given us so much, it really just felt fair for us to be able to say goodbye and make sure that the audience and the community was treated fairly. But the intelligent and muscular men at the corporation did not see things that way. Okay, so the night that I got laid off, I was doing a comedy show that I do every month here in LA. If you're ever here on the third Thursday, come check it out. And it was honestly the first time I'd felt relaxed and good in days. Getting laid off is stressful. Having your career collapse also feels stressful. It all felt very bad. So to get to do some dumb comedy with my friend Alex felt really nice. And I was leaving the theater, and I looked at my phone, and I had an email from the legal department of the corporation. In that email was a cease and desist letter, and let me know that I was a bad boy for making that final video. And I was a very bad boy for letting the Patreon members know that we were shutting down. And I was I was a horrible demon. I was a bad little guy for some of the Twitter posts that I did on the Wisecrack account on our final day. But to me, the Patreon thing seemed very fair and very human, as people were paying money to support a group of people who were making things. And those people were no longer going to be able to make those things because they were being laid off. To me, this felt as simple as, you are paying for a good and a service. We are no longer able to provide that good and service. Thus, you should not pay for that thing. Let me know in the comments if that's bad. They were really bad at that. And to me, that just seems really obvious. Because without this warning, people would then just be donating $5 to $10 a month to some Canadian company for no reason. But hey, if you support corporate big boys doing big time things and just want to give them money, then hey, more power to you. And regarding the final video, it's something that the team had discussed and that we had cleared with our boss before posting. Now, I did include links to all of our team's information and other projects in the description once we were out. They deleted all that, but I assumed for good reason, because again, the people running things were good at business. We were clearly bad at business. So anything they did, I think, is good. And this holds up in court. And this all led to both the threat of legal action from the company in the form of that cease and desist letter, and me being denied the severance pay that everyone else who got laid off received, as far as I know. As far as I know. If you also didn't get paid, shout it out in the comments. And if you've noticed that around that time, I quite quickly started making stuff on this channel, some stuff where the editing and the audio weren't perfect. Well, that's why I wasn't given severance, so I very quickly needed to figure out a plan to get this channel up and start making some money, because I have a family, I have hobbies, I pay rent. I like to go to the doctor sometimes, all those things. And not getting severance really felt like an extra kick in the ass on the way out the door. I can't help but know this is the same company that once let my health insurance lapse as they were switching like HR digital providers or something. And then when I was like, hey, I'm supposed to have health insurance because this is my job, and now I don't have it, they were like, just let us know. If you have to go to the doctor, you just pay for it. And like, let us know, we can like reimburse you or something. It's all good. It's all good, dog. It was not all good, dog. Oh yeah, and they also stopped paying me when I was on paternity leave. I was home with a new baby, and they were supposed to pay me money, and then they stopped paying me money. I'd spend hours on the phone and sending emails so that they could pay me money again so I could take care of my family who just had the kid. Now, something I learned through this is that there is an absolute contradiction between using digital media to foster genuine human community and using digital media as a means for the creation of profit. Because what I viewed as the right things to do out of respect for the Wisecrack community were viewed by the brilliant business gods as an all-out assault on corporate profits. And that's because from the perspective of the well-fed alphas in the C-suite, well, people don't really exist. Only data exists. And our only value is the data that we can offer corporations. And when I made the egregious error of treating data like humans, well, I betrayed the Canadian stock market. And this was always going to be a problem for Wisecrack, because while our team wanted to make content that used philosophy, history, and critical theory to analyze society, while at the same time fostering a community of people that cared about those same things, our glorious corporate fathers were only going to be concerned with numbers and data and profits. And to be clear, this is not unique to them. This is what all big companies do, and it's why they're also blessed. This is something that was really starting to affect me as a person over my last couple of years of working there. You know, a thing that was happening more and more at Wisecrack was that we would be making these video essays that I think were really good, that explored the horrors of labor and culture and life under capitalism, while at the same time we were working tons and not taking vacation days and really anxious about not making enough money or getting fired or all those sorts of things. You know, we were making videos about what capital does to us as workers while completely playing into the worst things that capital can do to us as workers. Kind of like the content version of being a DARE spokesperson. You spend all day going to schools and being like, hey kids, drugs are bad. But then you go home and lock the doors and tape up the windows and you just get ripped on everything you can find. You know, it was a common occurrence that anytime someone on our team would take vacation days, we'd send a message to be like, but I'm off, but just so you know, you can message me if you want me to read anything, do let me know. Hey, I can jump on a call if we need, just let me know. You know, it's like we were afraid to stop working. We were afraid to take time off. We were afraid to just prioritize our own humanity. It all had pretty capitalist realism vibes, and that we were able to make videos about the existential and social horrors of neoliberal capitalism while being unable to imagine not following the rules of that system. And I'm not just saying that like, oh, we were unable to start a workers' revolution. It wasn't even that, you know? We felt unable to take a week off work and close Slack. And I was also increasingly feeling weird about how much of myself I was pouring into the channel, especially in stuff like live streams. Because I was putting so much of my own person into the stuff that we were making. I was building relationships with the audience, like as a real person, as a real human being named Michael. All the while, that content was not owned by me. It was owned by a company of world historic geniuses that were able to profit off of my person. The more that the brand reflected my personality, the more I felt like I was just starting to give my soul to the big data machine in the sky.
Yep.
And, you know, none of this is specific to me or this team. Workplace alienation is real. It's something we talked about so much on that channel. It's something I'll keep talking about here. It's something I'm sure a lot of you have experienced. So if anyone wants to vent about workplace alienation, you can do it in the comments here. I'll read most of them. I'll probably comment on a bunch of them as well, so feel free. But again, I think the theme with a lot of this is the contradictions, again, between being a human and doing human stuff for other humans, and instead having to not be a human, to be a performer, to be a brand, and not to do things for humans, but to do things.
That's how I built my whole career, because I built 3 successful businesses, and I know giving any control to anybody else pretty much kills your like zeal for the work, right? I know it. I know that any control I were to give Twitch or an editor or anybody or even my chat, if I were to let the chat run my life like all these other streamers do, that would affect my video recording career And no one would want to. No, I mean, maybe they would want to watch the videos more. I don't know. But my assumption is they're not going to want to watch my YouTube videos if all I'm doing is responding to chat all day. I can still maintain like a level of moving forward in all of these games that you can see verifiably on the screen all the time. And like, you know, and I'm always growing. This game's always growing. This game's always growing, right? Now what was this now? Oops. Oh, there we go. Yes. Add please. Yep. And yeah. So yeah. So I'm gonna put it back on this. And so my chat can't dominate my video recording career. My video recording career can't allow the chat. And I can't even do all of my chats on all of my platforms at the same time without violating rules. So I just stopped doing chat, period. And I find that like very unfortunate. But I mean, the streamer side of my job is such that I don't need to do the chat because I'm producing many YouTube videos, and this balance is something and I also view the chat as a form of loss of artistic license, because I would normally just keep grinding 7 Days to Die. If I was just here by myself, I would just keep grinding 7 Days to Die as I'm doing right now. And, oh, yeah, that map lag, damn. And so, yeah, and so rather than have people distract me while I grind the 7 Days to Die that I'm going to grind anyways, I go on undistracted so I can deliver, you know, selfish soliloquies that have nothing to do with, like anything really, just, you know, just me doing flow of consciousness. But I like that. And that's my comfort level. I have brain damage. It's very hard for me to understand what my disconnects are before I can even understand somebody else's disconnect. And so, you know, so I have some issues with this. And so I did what I felt I could do with the restraints, with the harassment, with the online gaming restraints and multiple client stuff and all this, multiple platform stuff. I did what I felt I could do. Sometimes I feel like joining Kick again, just because it is free exposure to a brand. But then I remember that Kick is kind of an evil gambling site that markets to children, you know? And the people that are on Kick, they often do stuff like porn and weird stuff. And so I'm just like, I don't know if I want my brand association. I don't want them saying, oh, he got his big break on Kick, which is a gambling platform. I don't want them saying that about me, because I've never gambled on stream, at least not for real money. You know, I gamble on stream all the time, but not for real money, not in any real way or form. So, and all of that comes, you know, I actually wrote out, when I started this, when I was in the madhouse, I'm sorry, the mental health facility, inpatient mental health facility. Oh, that was a screamer? Yeah, and a spider. No, it's just a spider. Ah, you fucking dick. Put some shots into him. There you go. Need coal, huh? Okay, well, we're out hunting coal right now. And I just feel that... Oops. Oh, yeah, I was like, where is my headlights? Like, my headlamp's on, right? Yeah, my headlamp's on, and the motorcycle has good headlights, like, way better than even Rust, really. But yeah. Ooh, look, it is coal. It is coal. I think I got all of it except for that. All of that stone, right? No, some of it is coal. It's hard to see the coal. I wish it was blacker. Oh, look, it goes deeper, I think. Oh, it does. It does. It goes deeper, which is good. I didn't get that much from this vein. I want to log because I can't see what loot I'm getting, and it's annoying. I'm going to relog. 12:40. I'm going to go out at 2:30. Yeah, 2:30. So I have a couple more hours, which is good. It's a nice, hot, sunny day. It's going to be a beautiful walk. It's not as good as it could be, but it is sunny, which is good. Thank you for inviting. It's getting hot in here. I'm going to turn my fan on. This is bad. I need to fix it. Why is that happening? Yeah. Okay. Oh, oops, I didn't move the fan right. Get some airflow in here. I can see my loot again and see what I'm looting, which is good. What was that sound? The fuck was that? What? This coal mine's big. I got 5,000 out of it so far. I think it might be ending, though. Yeah, I don't really see any more coal. Oh, wait, no. Yeah, that vein ended there, though. Yeah, it kind of ended there. It's kind of annoying. There's a little bit. Oh, wait, no. What? Wait, it's still going. Aw. Gonna turn on a video or something. Okay. I thought there might be more. That's all stone. Yeah, it's all stone. I think I've tapped out this vein, or at least the lead that I can easily see. That's lead. Or sorry, coal. Not lead, but coal. All of that is coal. So we could grind down, I suppose, or up. I suppose I'll try and grind up. I'm just going to grind my way back to the surface here. Okay, so there's lead that I can't really see, so I want to spread this hole down that direction. Get it. Oh, it's a snake. Die, snake. Pull out my knife here. At least he did not infect me or poison me. So, yeah, I made the hole bigger, but I didn't really miss any coal here, I don't think. Wait, yes I did. No, that's not coal, that's stone. It looks like coal, but it's not, it's stone. What? Die. Isn't that... Like, it's shiny like it's coal, but I don't think it is. No, that's stone. It's stone. That's lead. And some of that's lead. But, like, most of this is stone. Is there a zombie on me? 50 what? Oh, oops. Nice. Yeah, I think I've mined out this coal. Oh no, there's some coal. There. What about that? No, that's all stone. I think I got all the coal that was here. So... Okay. Take off. Or kill him. Kill him. Nope. Doesn't that look like lead or coal, I mean? But it's just dirt, soil. Oh, my motorcycle's over there? Yes, it is. Oops. Car. Not looking where you're going is fun. Ooh, I'm getting grass for this too, which is really good. Because I can make it into cloth and make bandages. Oh, wasteland. Looking for things to loot. Maybe I should go along a road. Yeah, I'll run the road. That's what I'll do. And I'll look for... I don't know what the toxic biomes are. Desert, snow, wasteland survival. Where was supposed snow game? Go to 10 biome badge 3. Harvest radiated mushrooms. Harvest lead. Kill mutated. Oh, yeah. And loot 20 containers. I need to get out of the wasteland. Just north of me. Oh, really? I thought I picked it up. Damn it. Here, fly me over there. I love this game. It feels like it feels like Minecraft. It's like this endless, huge world. There's one. Leg is sprained. Damn it. Oh yeah, maybe I should put a point in parkour. I don't have anything. That is. Ooh, this is a deep coal vein. Maybe the best I've seen so far. Oops. My helicopter is not on me and I want it on me. Ugh. The game's good. It's janky because it hasn't got money. But it is cross-console, and I can see it getting bigger. Oh, that's me hitting the drone. That's the drone getting hit? Does the drone have health? Okay, I guess you can't hurt the drone. I don't know. That's all stone. I think I may have exhausted this lead. Oh, I don't know. Maybe not. Nope. Or coal. I keep saying lead, but it's coal. Ooh, look, it's another really deep part of the vein. Got a nice 12K out of this one or something. Oh, I'm full now? Oh, I got a raw diamond. And gold nuggets. I guess I'm full, but I can load the drone. Yeah. And just go again. And just keep going. Oh, that was her. I was like, am I getting hurt on Final Fantasy? Because it's the same sound. Little beast coins. Maybe I should have, like, left the drone, but no, I need this drone to store things. It's like Starfield, this game. It's better than Starfield. I'm surprised Starfield didn't rip this game off more in its mining and stuff. Because they could have. This game's better than No Man's Sky, because it has, like, actual combat. Like, good combat. It's not amazing combat like, I don't know, an Elden Ring or whatever, but it's good combat. Or like New World. But it is good combat. It plays like New World a little bit. It's kind of interesting that the melee does. Might have drilled out all of this coal. But every time I say that, I find more. Like that. It wasn't deep, though. Or maybe it was. No, or I don't know. I don't know. Let's see. That is coal. Oops, got losses. That's coal. Oops. Off. Better. That's all stone. That little bit right there is coal, but I don't know if I can get to it. I'll have to go around the rim and expand. I like this more than Deep Rock Galactic, which is also kind of an interesting game like this. That's all lead. I found a new lead vein, or sorry, coal. I found a new coal vein. I pulled like 20k out of this pit, which is good. Yeah, I think... Oh, no, that's coal, is it? Yeah. Ah. Oh, I think this crashed my client. Just close it. It's weird because I wrote a review for this game, but it's not here anymore. It's like gone. Seven days to die. Oh, it's hot. It's gonna be hot out there. Oh, did this person leave a message? No, they didn't, because they don't know me. Let's exit out of that game. I wish this game would do good full screen.
It all gets very dehumanizing very fast and feels bad. It doesn't feel great when all that is happening. And listen, I was lucky to have a job. I get it. It's a pretty fun job. I was lucky to have it, but it doesn't mean that it didn't feel bad sometimes. You're still allowed to feel bad even if you have a job. Now, believe it or not, there are some positives.
What does Jerry would have hated this mean? Oh yeah, Jerry like Garcia. Jerry would have hated this. Yeah.
Really learn some things from this experience. One thing that's been really cool is a lot of my former colleagues from both Wisecrack and Enthusiast Gaming more broadly have been working together and combining forces and supporting each other on all types of new creative projects. I will link to some of those projects in the description. Now, this is important because in the same way that corporate ideology can dehumanize audiences and communities and just turn them into little profitable data machines, it also takes human relationships between coworkers and turns them into competitive things. Anyone who's ever been through a round of layoffs and has survived to tell the tale knows what I'm talking about. It creates a sense in which, the success of your colleague is a potential threat to your survival. And of course, this only benefits one group of people, and that is of course the barrel-chested business beasts that make big-time money moves from behind their big glass desks. Now, starting this channel has honestly been pretty scary and pretty stressful for me, but one of the best parts about it has been being able to collaborate with some people I know who are also affected by those layoffs. Having those people help me edit videos here, work on concepts for ideas, help me figure out how to make a thumbnail that doesn't look terrible. All of this has been really great, and I only know those people because of the place that I used to work before. So shout out Greg, shout out Henry, shout out Lux, shout out Felicia, shout out everyone. If I didn't say your name and you've helped on this channel, I'm sorry. I've been going through a lot, okay? Okay, so enough about what was. Let's talk about what is. Let's get into what's happening now. The upside of all this is now I get to take everything that I've learned through my experience at Wisecrack and apply it right here to this channel, which again is just my name. Me and this channel are one. We're the same guy. And I'm not gonna lie, I wasn't really ready to start my own thing, so it's all felt a bit rushed. But one of the few things that's made it manageable is being able to ask for help and advice from some of my old colleagues from over at Wisecrack and Enthusiast Gaming, and from some of my favorite YouTubers who have been shockingly so nice and generous with their time. If any of you watch this, thank you so much. You know who you are. But I was thrown into all of this pretty quickly out of financial necessity. In case you missed it before earlier in the video, I did not get severance pay. So I'm just now taking the time to step back a bit and think about what I want this channel and this community to be and what sort of values that I want to let drive the things that I'm making here. And I know that we're all really tired of the whole Joe Rogan of the left conversation, but I do think it's more important than ever that we have an independent media ecosystem that's independently controlled and financed, and that encourages a critical analysis of society and culture, and does so in a way that doesn't foster drama or mindless debate, but instead encourages genuine curiosity and collaboration. And while the far right is always going to be able to outspend left-wing content creators, I think what we do have is more authentic communities and more compelling and earnest personalities who actually care about the work they're producing and the values that they're promoting. And this is why I want to make collaboration a cornerstone of what I'm doing right here on this channel. And this means both collaborating with you, my audience, both on YouTube and on Patreon, and with other folks on YouTube and in the digital media space.
This guy is talking, but I don't think he's actually saying anything.
I agree with, like I'm not gonna get fascist on here to talk about stuff, but I'm happy to have people that slightly disagree but share an overall trajectory. That seems fine with me. It seems okay. I've heard worse things than that. And I really don't want to look at other creators on this platform as a competition. Because as Cheyenne Lynn rightly said in a recent video, creating is communal. And I really want to do my part to embody that idea. Because I really do believe that a rising tide lifts all boats, and I'm way more interested in building something that can collectively nudge the culture in the right direction than I am in doing stuff that just helps my own brand. And this is why I'm going to try to avoid inter-YouTuber beef as much as possible. But if you do want to see me start beef with people, let me know who they are in the comments. And it's hard because the algorithm seems to reward this. But I've seen it lead to lots of fruitless debate and create some pretty toxic communities. And I want my community to be very untoxic. I want them to be non-toxic. I want my community to be like the dish soap at the grocery store that costs twice as much and works half as good, but has better graphic design, and you feel a little bit better about it. That's what I want this whole thing to be like.
That was
So
a
I do
weird
criticize
analogy.
I hope to do so by punching up and not punching down at smaller creators. And you know, obviously philosophy is always going to be at the center of what I do here, but for me, philosophy's never been a tool to help you win debates or make other people look dumb. It's about better understanding the world and ourselves to both shield ourselves from problematic ideologies and help us make the world a better place. You know, the point of philosophy is not to think about the world, it's to change it. Who said that? I've already mentioned the financial advantage that the right wing has in today's content marketplace. And while a lot of leftists, self included, really hate talking about money, I want to be as upfront and transparent as possible about the financial realities that I am facing by starting this channel. You've likely noticed a wave of videos and community posts from some of your favorite left-leaning content creators saying things like, oh my God, I don't have money anymore. I can't make money doing this. Please help me so that I can feed my cats. Views are down across the board, and YouTube ad revenue is way less than you probably think it is. You know, sponsors are tightening up their budgets, and a bad economy makes it harder for folks to support their favorite creators and channels. And I've already received...
Yeah, I'm really thankful that you guys support me. Thank you. I love you guys.
But starting this all from scratch, without severance, using sponsors has been essential for me to make enough to treat this like my job, while also being able to pay talented people fair wages to work with me. Right now, my current plan is to have one sponsored video a month for the next few months, and the income I get through that is going to help me both pay myself and also pay some of the talented folks who are working with me, doing things like editing videos, helping with thumbnails, helping them sound better, look better, all that sort of stuff. But long term, I really want to try to build a business model that does not rely on sponsors. And the best way I know to do this is through Patreon. Now, at the time that I'm filming this, I have 581 paid patrons, which is incredible. Like, thank you all so much. Like, thank you so much. And that support is the main thing that is funding this channel right now. Because between that money, YouTube ad revenue, and sponsors, you know, I'm getting by, but I'm making a good amount less than I did before, and I'm spending a chunk of that on paying freelance folks. So here's my goal. By the end of this year, I would like to have 2,000 paid patrons. And that sounds like a lot. You know, that's 4 times what I currently have, but it's also only 1.25% of my average monthly viewers. And I have been researching the Patreons of creative...
I don't want to hear him talk about money. You just said about how you didn't like talking about money. Well, I'm going to prove it. I don't want to talk about that. It turned into shillings so quick.
A story that started with a woman's rather remarkable claim. Her claims about ramped up Hollywood connections and a very public divorce were all the ingredients needed to attract a lot of attention. Thank you.
It's something puzzling.
To life! I was obsessed. I couldn't stop.
She stole my childhood, but she still was a mother figure. She still fed me sometimes. She taught that even a murderer should not be punished. He is a murder suspect for the murder of my mother.
I'm a fraud, I'm the devil, I'm the Antichrist.
If I have an immortal gene, how come I'm not immortal? Why in the is it still there? You can edit that. So be it.
Today I want to talk about quite possibly the most cringiest so far cult leader I've ever covered, and that's saying a lot. I'm pretty sure one of my recent videos literally had cringy in the title. This is cringier. This is cringier. This video is sponsored by Babbel. Babbel is a language learning app, and they make it so easy. You can use it on your PC or on your phone. I prefer to use it on my phone because it's so convenient. And right now I'm choosing to learn Spanish. I know en poquito, but I want to know más. Shut up. Ella es Ana y él es Miguel.
Ella es Ana
You informal. Dude, you formal. Usted. A police officer, usted. I don't want to get in whose trouble. Are you formal, Miss Garcia? ¿Usted es la señora Garcia?
¿Usted es la señora Garcia?
Sí. I always refer to me as usted. Yo soy Noor, and also, yo soy muy chistosa. You can actually start speaking a new language in 3 weeks with Babbel. It is scientifically proven. Real language teachers actually design the lessons, and they even offer a 20-day money-back guarantee. They teach you real-world conversations, things that can help you in traveling, business, relationships, etc. They have many different options to choose for in terms of subscriptions, including a lifetime subscription. So if you're interested, click my link in the description and you can get 60% off your Babbel subscription. And they're also having a President's Day sale. Thank you so much to Babbel for supporting my channel, and thank you guys for watching. Back to the video. I think it's like the accent. I really think it's the accent because you know she's faking it.
Because we have chosen that which is termed this particular experience.
It is not
What?
one entity, but the whole of the world, Master.
The person I'm
Oh, I
talking
hate
about,
people with
her
fake
name, she
dialects.
has several names. She was born Judy. And then she called herself Jay-Z, no relation to Beyonce's
Jay-Z.
Jay-Z. And then she was channeling Ramtha. He's a warrior from Atlantis. Well, he's from Lemuria, but then he conquered Atlantis, 35,000 years old, 7 feet, glitters as gold. That rhymed. But the interesting part for me wasn't all that, because that's like whatever, you know, I'm desensitized. The celebrities that followed her, over years, she was kind of on major shows and stuff and went on for a long time. There's even this documentary that I had no idea was associated with her. And the way I found out about this was actually one of you guys. I don't remember who. I should have screenshotted it, but one of you left me a comment, and when I went and looked into it, I was like, oh yeah, doing a video on it. And so here we are. So let me begin. I've taken too long. The whole thing starts March 16th, 1946 is when a scammer was born in Roswell, New Mexico. So of course, aliens. Aliens. Her name is Judith, but she developed the nickname Zebra because she used to wear black and white. And so then she became Judith Zebra, who became Jay-Z. So Jay-Z, sorry, I know. Anyway, so Jay-Z was born in poverty. That transition was awful, but it's actually pretty sad.
Jay-Z.
She had 7 siblings, so they were 8, and both of her parents were farm workers. And she had a rough childhood. Now, I listened to her audiobook. It's her autobiography, like she reads it herself. I'm driving and she's talking about this awful, horrific thing.
She reads it herself.
Her uncle did to her. It's always an uncle. And it was so graphic and awful that I'm literally in the car just like almost screaming, being like, oh my God, what? Like that. That's how I felt. And then she talks about how like she tried telling her mom and the whole thing was kind of like dismissed, and it's like really ugh. Then there is this incident when Jay-Z basically started choking herself and talking in this weird deep man's voice. She was saying that this spirit or something had taken over her body, and his name was Demias.
Judy suddenly began speaking in a strange male voice, identifying herself as a demon.
She couldn't breathe. She was holding her neck, and she was saying, I can't breathe. You said I possess this body and cannot have it. I have possessed it for many years.
When they ask Jay-Z, she's like, that never happened. I don't remember. Like, that's her truth. That's not my truth.
That's somebody else's truth. That's not my truth.
Didn't happen.
No, it didn't happen.
She then graduates high school, and after that she goes to business school, but she ends up dropping out. She ends up getting married to her first husband, and then they have 2 kids, and this marriage doesn't last. He's working in like the oil industry or something, and then she talks about how, you know, he was cheating on her and stuff like that, and she ends up getting this job at a cable news network where she's like selling cable news, and the job takes her away from New Mexico. It takes her to Manhattan Beach, California, and it's like a whole new world, and she's making money. She's like making more than my husband's oil job, and they part ways. So now she's this career woman, and she says like she's doing so well, and they're sending her to different places. She goes to Texas, and then she ends up in Tacoma, Washington. Well, once she's there, that business, it goes out of business, and so she starts her own business, the same thing, and she talks about how she had salesmen working for her, or salespeople.
How did I take
And
70% damage
how
already?
She
Oh, damn it.
realized that like she was psychic, because like a salesperson would call her and be like, oh, I didn't make this sale, and she'd be like, oh, 2 blocks to the right there's a house with a green door, like knock on their door, this will be a good sale. And they do, and it does, and it happens. And then people at her job are like, oh my god, you're psychic. Listening to this book, and she's telling this story about she walks into a church or something, and there's a preacher, and she's telling him all this stuff about like, you know, Jesus doesn't exist and blah blah blah, and he's like shocked, so he puts his hand on her to like, I don't know, get the demons out. And then she's like, there's thunder and lightning and electricity, and he falls and I'm fine. And he's like, what's happening? And she's like, I don't know. And then he's like, it was Jesus. And she's like, no, it's not. It was God. And God is me. God is you. God is us. And she's like, I start getting these powers, this interest. Things are telling me like, go to the library, read books about pyramids. So she goes, she gets books about pyramids. And this is where we have the Pyramid Power incident of 1977, which is actually going to be the catalyst for all of this insanity. So this is what happened. By the time this Pyramid Power thing happens, she remarried a second husband. This guy's called Jeremy, okay? So she's in Washington with Jeremy in their kitchen, and they're reading about Pyramid Power, which is like preserving food, dehydrating, like things like that are based off of the mummification techniques of like the ancient Egyptians. They're literally making, okay, paper pyramids, and they're putting just random shit in there, like food, like dog food, cheese, whatever. Then she says the next day after pyramid playtime, she, as a joke, picks up one of these paper pyramids and puts them on her head. And that's when magic happened and a figure appeared. 7 foot tall, glittering warrior, ancient Atlantean, Lemurian, something, one of those. And his name was Ramtha, who was named after
I got an
the
infection.
ram, which also meant God in the ancient Atlantean, Lemurian language. Are you with me? Please stay with me. And he said, quote, I am Ramtha, the enlightened one. I have come to help you get over the ditch. And she was like, what did you call me? No, I'm kidding. She didn't say that. She was like, what? What do you mean? And then he was like, I'm a 35,000-year-old warrior. I'm from Lemuria. I led a 2 million man army, and we conquered Atlantis. I'm the best warrior that like ever was. But then he was in war, and he got betrayed by his people, and then he got stabbed, and then he went to somewhere by himself to like heal from this stabbing for 7 years, and that's when he learned how to transcend time and space, and he became immortal, and he learned all these things. And then he went down to his 2 million man army, and he told them like, I'm leaving, I'm out, but I'm coming back again. Like, he ascended, but he's returning. Very Jesus, same story. And so now it's 1977 in Jay-Z's kitchen in Washington.
Jay-Z.
And Ramtha's back.
Every time she says Jay-Z, it's
teach
fucking
them what
cringe.
he learned. And so she's like, why me?
Jay-Z.
He was like, oh, you were my daughter in Atlantis. So that's why I came back, and I want to be inside you, your body, spiritually. So she's like, okay.
And there stood this 7 foot tall being at the end of my kitchen, who introduced himself as Ramtha. It started from there.
2 years later,
what?
Jay-Z begins channeling Ramtha.
The drone prevented me from falling.
This, what kept coming up was that during this time, the late 70s, the 80s,
what?
Channeling was really popular.
Channeling is a phenomenon of the 80s. There are hundreds of them, but the most popular is Jay-Z Night.
This is where the secondhand embarrassment comes in, because it's the accent and then the things she does, like the pretending she's like what she would imagine an ancient warrior to be. It's so cringe.
And finally, after several minutes, this 40-year-old woman says she has turned into a 35,000-year-old man.
You mean a
And
liar?
she does this like weirdly thing that she talks like, she'll be like, the thing that such as, what do you know of as?
That which is called they will become very much a part, as it were, indeed, of your claim. To that which is called the coming of Christ, because that
You're a
which is
white
called
lady.
your
Talk like a
timeless,
white
perfect time
lady.
and space.
You're
She has
weird.
these teachings. What are her teachings? Okay. Well, she says everyone's God and that like we can control everything around us, but also she has this belief, which is very controversial, about that there really is no right and wrong, and that we shouldn't be punishing people.
You mean moral
For example,
relativism?
murder.
Moral
We
relativism.
shouldn't punish people for
We've
murder
come up
because
with this before.
reincarnation,
It's
karma,
horrible.
it takes care of it. So let them kill. Whatever.
Look at what some of her followers think of as their Bible, the Ramtha White Book, where there's no right, no wrong. Even murder is not wrong or evil.
We're immortal.
Yes, it is.
And we're going to live again. Then how could murder be
Murder is
They'll
wrong.
come
Don't
back,
do it.
You know, what's something bad to come back in? I don't know, a cockroach or something. They'll come back as something, they'll be like tortured forever. So it's not up to us to discipline or punish people. So kill. You'll just come back as a cockroach. This is the part in the book where I was dying laughing and I was like taking notes, because she talks about how she's doing this publicly and then Ramtha tells her how she has to charge for this. She describes this conversation with Ramtha where he's convincing her that she needs to charge money because she really doesn't want to charge people for this. Well, like, you know, Ramtha is telling her. So she says that he said, "Beloved woman, you should charge gold." And she's like, "Well, how much should I charge?" And then he says, "In that which be your value system, you will charge 100 of your dollars. Indeed,
100 of your
God be your
dollars."
employer." Okay, by 1980, she's already making a name for herself with celebrities. And that's when she goes to Richard Chamberlain's house, and he was in a lot of miniseries. He was
Richard
Jason
Chamberlain?
Bourne in like the Bourne Identity.
Oh my
shows that
God.
were popular like back in the day. And there were other celebrities there. He had this party, he brings her there, and she meets, first of all, a guy named Jeff Knight, who is going to be her third husband. Keep in mind, she's already married to her second husband, Jeremy. But in that meeting, she meets this guy. He's like a ranch, not a ranch, sorry. He is a Arabian horse like trainer for shows with horses. What you need to know now is that she meets him. She feels like he's her soulmate. She's still married. And all these celebrities find out about her and they're like into it. For example, Shirley MacLaine. Not only is Shirley MacLaine like one of her followers, but also she writes a book about this whole thing.
What?
And she claims that she's
What?
brother from that.
Oh no!
Atlantean
Dancing in the Light by Shirley MacLaine. I didn't know. I didn't know. Oh no. Dancing to the Light. Oh no, Dancing in the Light. Dancing in the Light. Shirley MacLaine. I can't believe this. I forgot about Shirley MacLaine. Yeah, I know about Shirley MacLaine, but I mean, like, but Waiting for the Light. No, I'm looking for Dancing in the Light, yeah. It's a memoir. It's a memoir. She won an Oscar, starred on Broadway, wrote the best-selling Out on a Limb, and turned 50 years old. At this special time in this special year, she was now ready to resume the spiritual journey she had begun in her early 40s. In Dancing in the Light, Shirley bears her innermost self and explores the lives, both past and present, which touched and affected her own. She sheds new light on her loves, her losses, her childhood, her passions, and her inner drives and ambitions. She asks poignant questions and finds surprising answers. She challenges her beliefs and confronts her conflicts. Ultimately, she takes us with her through a life-altering experience that provides a stunning new vision of herself, her future, and the fate of our world. Wow. Here's an excerpt. On the morning of this is chapter 1. On the morning of April 24th, 1984, I woke up in I woke up in my New York apartment to realize I was going to be 50 years old at 3:57 that afternoon. I felt there was some kind of dramatic flair to reaching the mid-century mark in 1984, and of course I couldn't anymore. I'm going to buy this book for my mother. Hot water is a dancer's trump card. I hadn't learned how important it was to me until the last 10 years. It worked liquid miracles on the body and fast, too. I didn't have to contend with the scheduling of the eucalyptus steam room in a health club. I had an immediate hot, wet therapy in my own bathroom as long as I knew how to use it. Yeah, hot is good therapy. I checked the positions of my 4 quartz crystals sitting on each corner of the tub. Don't fall off the mountain. She is an excellent writer. Yeah, Dancing in the Light. Wow, I didn't know. I'm gonna save it and I'm gonna buy it for my mother. Oh my god.
There are other people too. Mike Farrell, who was in that show MASH.
Wow.
You know,
Shirley MacLaine was into this this nutball. I mean, wow, what the fuck happened there? You bounced me like a good mile away. What the fuck was that? Oh, he kicked me out, but yeah, it was far away. Yeah, to ensure that I'm really gone. I guess now I have done all the farming that I need to do on this game. Or no, I don't know. I suppose I could go get some lead. Lead is a thing, I suppose. Yeah, there's like lead and metal all over that place, and I suppose lead is a thing. I suppose I should hit one lead node, but I mean, it also means I'm gonna go to that one. It means doing some travel that I don't really want to do at night, which is a bad idea in the desert. I'll just get bees all goddamn night. Nah, not night. Nighttime is not a good time to go to some other place. Nighttime, honestly, isn't even really that good of a... Nice, I like the sniper rifle. It's efficient. And it fires fast. Yeah, I'm gonna go north where I don't get swarmed. And I'll just find, Oh. Hello? Hello? Okay, sorry about that, guys. Got a phone call from a doctor, and they wanted to talk to me about a procedure that's coming up that's simple and, you know, non-invasive and stuff. And yeah, and so I had to kind of talk to them about dietary changes and all that. I'm seeing a gastro doctor because they were worried that because I developed constipation this year because of my weight loss, they are performing a colonoscopy. And I don't even know what that is. Let's go find out. And I've never had one, and you know, and they were like, this is about the time that you should have one, and I was like, okay, no problem. What is colonoscopy? That might be a funny. Was that Tectone? That looks like Tectone. But go back. Cue that up in my thing. That looked like Tectone. What happens to 6 reasons to get a colonoscopy? What happens during a colonoscopy? Okay.
A colonoscopy is a test that we use to check
They're gonna go up my butthole, apparently.
Inside of your bowel. It should take around 30 to 45 minutes. We usually take a look inside the bowel in cases where you've had blood in your poo or a change in your bowel habit. We look for conditions such as Crohn's disease, ulcerative colitis, and bowel cancer. Most of the time, we don't find anything you need to worry about.
Good.
Before your appointment, we'll send you a letter to let you know what you can eat and drink. You'll also need to take a laxative the day before your appointment to help empty your bowels. The laxative may taste a bit unpleasant, but it's important to take it so your specialist has a clear view of your bowel. We strongly recommend that you take the day off, as you'll spend a lot of time on the loo. On the day of your appointment, you'll usually be offered a sedative to help you relax.
Take the day off because you're going to spend a lot of time on the loo. Yeah, I imagine.
Procedure more comfortable. Make sure to arrange for someone to take you home after your appointment.
Fuck.
As a sedative
So that's on the
may leave you a bit
1st,
tired
I
and
think, or no,
groggy.
it was the 30th.
You shouldn't drive for at least
And
24
then,
hours after having a sedative.
And so, yeah, that's cute.
During your colonoscopy, a long, thin, flexible tube called a colonoscope will be passed into your bottom. You may feel the camera go in, but it shouldn't hurt. If we find any small growths called polyps, we'll usually remove them straight away using a tiny wire loop passed through the colonoscope. Don't worry, you won't feel this happen. We may take a biopsy of your bowel to look at under a microscope later. We'll let you know at the time if we've removed any polyps or have taken any biopsies. After your colonoscopy, we'll look after you in the recovery room until you're ready to go home.
This is a surgery, son of a bitch.
Within 3 weeks of your colonoscopy, you'll be sent a letter with your results. If your test results say you have cancer, you'll be offered an appointment with a specialist as soon as possible. But don't worry, most tests don't find anything you need to worry about.
Yeah, this is like you have one of these in your lifetime and it's my time.
Like Army one. And then Linda.
And it's just to check the overall, you know, health of your bowels. And I did develop constipation this year, so, you know. Yeah. Wow. I should have shot her with the hunting rifle. It's much more efficient than the shotguns. The shotguns for close quarters brawling. Oh. That's odd. It's acting like I paused the game, but I don't think I did. 12 rounds, huh? Not bad. Alright, so I was going over here to this lead, just to make sure my rides are on me and all that, yep. And I'm running over here to this lead node, and I'm going to get some more lead, and I got coal and lead today. And technically I should be grinding the soil. I guess I'll turn the sound down now. That was a screamer aggroing to me. No, it's a spider. Getting levels is getting slower.
Evans from Dynasty, and eventually later on down the line, also Salma Hayek factors in as well, but we will get into that. So she's now like making money. Celebrities know her. She's got this huge ranch, you know, these Arabian horses that she's buying that are not cheap. The Arabian horse thing was kind of another scam because she would get them and then she would sell them to her wealthy followers for way more.
Cheryl McNaughton told us that Ramtha advised her to buy this stallion from Jay-Z Knight.
She would like channel into Ramtha and she'd be like, I am Ramtha. You should purchase this horse from beloved daughter using 1 million of that which you call dollars.
This offering of one of Knight's Messiah Arabians describes it as an investment personally designed by Ramtha.
There was even a case where someone who was an ex-member like sued her for overcharging him for this horse that wasn't worth that much, and she ended up having to like pay him back.
An investigation by the state of Washington brought a cease and desist order, which Knight voluntarily agreed to, and she's been paying back the unhappy investors.
The other thing too that I noticed is there are a lot of inconsistencies. Like the accent goes in and out sometimes.
Everyone's DNA, they use less than a third of the DNA. Did you know that there are immortal genes? Did you know that you have immortal DNAs? Did you know that you have the DNA to grow any part of your body, to change it any way you want to?
Not true.
Did you know that you can tap your DNA to not only make you immortal, but reverse your aging?
When I was listening to her audiobook, there was some shit that didn't make sense because like at one point she's saying that when she first like met Ramtha and he was following her around, he would be like, what be a Safeway? Like the grocery store? But then later on she talks about him telling her, don't use that which be debit cards. So it's like, you don't know what Safeway is, but you know what debit cards are. Like, it doesn't make sense. Even when she would talk, like sometimes she would be pretending to be Ramtha and then she'd want to be funny and like make a funny joke. And she'd say something that's very like current.
And for that which is called an earthquake, know you what they are?
Yes. In California? Yes.
Indeed, you are living on the zipper.
How does he know this? Because just a second ago you acted like you didn't know what via this and what via that.
You don't know what these are, but I'm going to take a commercial break.
So be it.
Now all of a sudden you're like making a joke for a reference in front of an audience to get laughs. That does not make sense if you're a 35,000-year-old ancient Lemurian Atlantean warrior. And in 1985, she goes on the Merv Griffin show as Ramtha.
I like leg because you can see it.
Please, beloved master. You are well to stay in your time?
Yes, thank you.
This is that which is called television.
The tune.
To capture a moment forever.
Were you sleeping?
What is slumber, entity? I am never in slumber.
Awake at all times.
At all times.
Where are you when you're not here?
Would you like to see?
No. Your home was Atlantis?
That was a place that which I lived.
You're crazy.
That which is termed as it were indeed God has been misunderstood. Know you what war is? Your country prepares to do battle with another country. That is a
Jay-Z.
part of this country. His name is Arabia. Know you what entities that are in arrow ships?
Jay-Z.
But they are not aliens.
ETs.
ETs.
extraterrestrial.
Indeed.
2 years after this appearance, she writes her autobiography, which is the one I've been mentioning that I listened to on audiobook. It's called A State of Mind. When I was listening to it, because she narrated it herself, I kept thinking, like, she should have been an actress or even just a voice actor or something, because she was reading it so animated, like when she was like pretending to be her kids in the book, the way she would do it, the way she would pause, the different voices she could do, so animated, so into it that I'm like, dude, why don't you just try acting? She's pretty, she had the skill, like, why don't you do that? Instead, she's like, nah, I'm gonna be a co-leader. So anyway, by 1987, Time magazine is calling her, quote, probably the most celebrated of all current channelers. The media is talking about her. There's a 2020 thing about her.
Tonight, have you heard about Ramtha? Faithful into Hollywood stars. Some claim it's mass hypnosis. The woman has amassed a fortune.
People are entitled to say that I'm a fake, I'm a god, I'm the devil, I'm Antichrist. Well, what she definitely is part of what's being called the New Age movement.
Jay-Z is building a huge mansion, the biggest ever in these parts. She greets an audience like this one in Denver, and then she leaves, changes her hair and her clothes, comes back, and goes into a trance. And finally, after several minutes, this 40-year-old woman says she has turned into a 35,000-year-old man. Ooh. The voice seems different, the face seems different. Supposedly she is now a he.
I was the biggest bastard of them all. But I was the great conqueror, the god. I thought I was seeing things because I had tears in my eyes, and I wiped the tears away, and here stood this entity at 2:30 in the afternoon in my kitchen, and I wasn't afraid. I was just shocked. This doesn't happen.
Jay-Z claims that while she's gone, she's unaware of what Ramtha's doing.
I've come to teach you to wake up.
They are transfixed. What transfixes them is a blend of Eastern mysticism and Western pop philosophy, with a large dose of theatric.
And who needs to save your hide? You do. Answer your prayers? You do.
That may not sound especially profound, but true believers flock to hear it at $400 apiece. Linda lives with her family in Colorado. Now, she never actually saw Knight on video or in person, but soon she was hooked.
Those tapes put me under hypnosis and put me through a personality change.
She says her nerves were shot, her job was in jeopardy, her marriage was crumbling. Still, she defied her husband and went to a Ramtha retreat in California.
I was obsessed. I couldn't stop.
When she returned, her husband had her deprogrammed.
Her husband had her
This is Cheryl
deprogrammed.
McNaughton. She moved to Yelm, Washington, right near Jay-Z Knight. After falling in with Ramtha, McNaughton divorced her multimillionaire husband, left her home in Hawaii, came here with her children and her new boyfriend.
I changed my life. I am happy because of me.
I would look at Jay-Z, she was like hungry. She was hungry for these things that money could buy.
Walker told us about a series of incidents that made him lose faith. 1984, when Jay-Z started slipping into and out of her Ramtha identity without bothering with a trance. There was a desert hike.
Smoking at the time and would put down her cigarette, and she'd walk to the edge of the big boulder, and she would stand there and go like this and imitate Ramtha and holler down to the people to hurry up, and then she would come down and talk some more to us and smoke some more, and then she'd go up and do it again, urging them on. And that's when I really just died inside.
Allegedly, that Barbara Walters, who hosted it, her husband was once a follower of Ramtha, was like an ex-follower of Ramtha. I don't know how true that is. Like, I read it, but I don't know.
Never mind, I'm not going to get that book from my mother.
Legit. Maybe it's true, maybe it's not, whatever. I thought I'd mention it with disclaimer. People were basically like, does she have multiple personality disorder? Is she really channeling?
It would seem to support a theory that Knight has and may have had another personality that comes out she can't entirely control.
Is she just straight up making that shit up because she should have been an actress? Remember Jeff Knight, the guy she meets in 1980 at Richard Chamberlain's house? Okay. So she's got this ranch, she's got the money, she's got the horses. She hires him to work on her ranch with the horses. He is bisexual. She, though, confesses her love to him, and he doesn't. She says in the book that he doesn't really confess his love to her in return, and he basically is like, you know what, I really respect your husband.
Time I really didn't feel the same way. I respected her wedding vows with her husband, and
I can't support you the way he does. I don't have the money. And so she decides to like channel Ramtha, and then as Ramtha, she goes back to Jeff and she tries to convince him that he should be with her. And he says, okay, I guess I love you too. She ends up going to Jeremy and telling him, like, I'm not in love with you anymore. I want to be with Jeff. She goes, like, a few days later, moves in with Jeff, and the kids split up. The two kids, like, one stays with her and one stays with Jeremy. That is the time period where the book ends, right? 1987 is when it came out, and the book ends at that point. Well, in 1988, the year after that, is when she starts her school, which is the Ramtha School of Enlightenment. This is what people call a cult. This is what ex-members say. There was brainwashing, mind control techniques, and it was just all basically a scam. People got hurt. Awful things happened in there because of the way she felt like, you know, nobody should be punished, even murderers. Like, she had a lot of money. Keep in mind, like, at one point she was charging $200,000 for like one appearance, charging the courses, selling the horses. She's already got lots of followers, and they're paying like thousands of dollars for sessions. Now, keep in mind, she has this like 80-acre amazing property with the horses
in Colorado, because she's not dumb.
And she also has this over 12,000 square
in Washington,
foot gorgeous French chateau near the.
That's what I would do if I had money.
And that's her personal home. But when she's charging people like these thousands and thousands of dollars for retreats and classes and all this,
wow,
she doesn't offer them a place to stay. So they're like sleeping on the floor in the school while she's in the chateau. And I don't know why I'm laughing. And that's not funny.
Because that's how cult leaders are.
I don't think anybody forced them to do it. I hope not. And then, or they're like sleeping in a tent outside or in a trailer. This is when she starts preaching things that would become kind of dangerous. First, it started with like predictions, right? She made all these predictions that didn't come true. She talked about this huge war that was going to happen between China and Mexico, and anything specific she claimed it didn't happen. And then when she made these really general, vague
the China-Mexican War,
you could kind of apply it to things, and then she'd like be like, see, I told you, like, I predicted it. But see, the one thing she didn't predict was her divorce. So remember Jeff? Yeah, he was shockingly not into it, and by the late 80s they end up getting divorced. What they did, though, was they did the settlement like between themselves. Even though they divorced, Jeff was still kind of like a believer of hers and was there and stuff for a few years after they divorced. So the dynamics were that, you know, she was Ramtha and he was, you know, a follower. And then they divorced with these dynamics in play. And then only a few years after that does he decide, I'm done, I'm leaving. When he leaves, he speaks out and he says, this is fake.
Here with Jeff Knight, we're here to discuss a little bit about Jeff's experience with the Ramtha organization, which he was intimately involved with in more ways than one. So
she called me in regards to my horse business. Invited
she called me.
It's being held in the Beverly Hills area.
Any of the more famous people that would hang around her at that point?